Hey, Billy. Hello. Hello, if you're there, if this is working. Dilly. Dilly, come on. Dilly. Hey. What's up? It says there's people here, but no one's commenting. Sorry, I hope it's working. Oh. I'm so sorry I'm late. We can thank Ali for the fact that I did show up. My excuse is that my partner has been waking up. I've been off work for like a week, so this is my last day off. And this is like the only day this week he hasn't woken me up. So I didn't set an alarm. So I woke up and forgot that these were happening. So, you know, that's my excuse. It's a bad one and it's all on me, but I'll blame my partner. My fringe looks terrible. I'm sorry. I got ready in like half an hour. I just want to share in this other Discord that I'm sprinting. And then you will be my full attention, I promise. I completely forgot that I was sprinting though. I am a mess. But what are everyone's plans this morning? What are you planning to do? Let me know what your plans are. What team are you on if you're on a team? I am a ghost, hence the horrendous thumbnail. So I don't have a team. This week or this round, I am on the witches team. And I haven't read anything. I haven't been a reading machine, but I will be once I go back to work. So once I go back to work, which is tomorrow, I'm going to be a benefit. But at the moment, I'm kind of not. I'm not a hindrance. I hope not. Well, not really. I'm not a hindrance. I'm just not as beneficial as I could be. But today, I probably will read a lot. It's just because did I start a totally new stream? Possibly. Yes, I did. I've gone on the wrong one. So I apologize for that. I am a complete mess. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, we're sprinting on here now, apparently. Oh my god. I don't know what's wrong with me. I have ADHD, so that explains it, but oh my gosh. Okay. Restroom annoys me because it doesn't put them in the order. So I just clicked what was at the top. That's my excuse. Okay, then I'll need to share a different link. I'm thankful for the people in my comments and my friends who actually keep on top of my BS. Oh my gosh, okay. All right, I need to post the right one. Okay. I think, yes, I think that's all I needed to do. Okay, we can now actually do the sprints. How team are you on? I'm assuming you're on a team. I'm assuming. Sorry, my internet. I'm here to stop this problem, but apparently it's still going to happen. I can't be in the room with the internet because my partner's working. Hi, Amy. How are you? Are you doing the readathon? Anything to drink? So, oh my gosh. Hey, come on. Yeah, she's missed us very much. So she's making sure we know that she's here now. Now comments aren't coming up when I click them. Hey, here is someone who is more organized than me. Thank you for joining. You are Team Human, correct? Hey, so sad we're not on a team together this year. So all the current spots were taken, so I just had to take Ghost. But in hindsight, I might have actually picked Ghost anyway because I knew that the first week was going to be like pretty rough. Because for those that don't know, oh my god, I was totally for a friend's wedding for like 2.5 weeks. Last week on Sunday, so like nearly a week, and then I've had just this week off work to like rest. So I knew that I wasn't going to be very useful at the beginning of this readathon. So it's probably good I'm a ghost. But I miss being on a team together. Went to my library today. Mystery. Ooh. I don't really read mystery. Thank you. Cute. Well, I miss you. I'm going to insert myself into this. Going to be reading the writer James Patterson and J.D. Barker. I met up with Freddie from Sluggish Reader. If someone who's a mod wants to share Freddie's channel in the comments, I'm making it sound like I'm such a big YouTuber. Okay, my mods. I met up with him because he's from Malaysia, and we went to a secondhand bookshop and we were talking about authors that are always in secondhand bookshops, and a lot of them were the same here as there, and one of them is James Patterson. It's like James Patterson, the Da Vinci Code Man, Dean Koontz, Jodi Picoult, you know. So that was fun. Thank you for that. I've always got an excuse, even though the reason that these things happen is completely me. I'm being sarcastic. I'm a mess. I should do better. I mean, on the other live stream, yeah. Look, you know, I try my best to be useless. It's a skill. Also, Ali is the reason that I'm even here. I don't know if I probably would have remembered. Someone would have reminded me, but the person was Ali. I'm just going to close the door because my partner's on a phone call. Now that I've closed, okay, if I shut the door, then I lose all the connection. So I just apologize if you can hear my partner. Make my house look decent before my in-laws get here. Maybe some reading after they go home. Ooh, do you like these in-laws? They're just coming over for morning tea or something. And also, this room is very clean because this is where we have. I said, "Did you want a drink?" Normally, when people come over, they say no, but he's like, "Yeah." He was trying to be like super friendly. Like he did the whole, "This isn't going to be a pitch," because I don't believe in that, and then he did a pitch. So it's like, okay. He was like a door knocker that was like, "Yeah, we'd love to hear about solar panels." Anyway, he was like, I'll have a coffee. And so I like made him a coffee and he didn't drink it. He just chugged it before he left, and it really agitated me. I was like, I can't concentrate because you're not drinking this coffee. Anyway. And he just like got straight into it and like, do I butt in to ask if he wants milk in his coffee? Like, what a nightmare. The saying about I don't get chores on my green has finally gone after it. Oh, I'm glad. But I'm not glad that the first thing you're doing after it goes away is to be an adult and do chores. I think you should not. I think you should go get something really nice that's gluten-free. Go to Sydney, go to that bakery again. I think that's what you should do. This evening I have to get my daughter a shower and head to bed. Yeah. What is the time for you? It's like, it would be like evening for parents, hey, because you've got to get your kids ready. I should have scheduled earlier for the parents, but I assume there was someone sprinting before me. There was the watch along too, right? I think. I'm a mess. No, not doing the readathon. I was gonna do it, but I'm slumpy. Yeah, that's fair. It's always hard when it's like a team one because it's like you don't want to let other people down, whereas other readathons, if it's just chill, it's like, well, I can join, and if I don't do anything, it doesn't matter, you know? So I understand. I'm not slumpy, I just like, because I've been just home relaxing and Will's here, we've been like watching YouTube and stuff. We found this new YouTuber that we really like called Mike's Mike from Australia. He's very funny. We started to watch the Shark Tale review, but then I was like, no, because I haven't watched Shark Tale in quite a while. So I was like, I want to watch Shark Tale first. But I think he actually likes Shark Tale, which makes me like him, because no one likes Shark's Tale, apparently. Listening to Boy. Oh. Why are you doing that to yourself? I thought people only read that for school. That's a horrible book, as in like traumatizing. Why are you doing that? I had to read it for school and watch the movie, and it was like, I mean, it's, you know, we should know this stuff, but I can't imagine doing that by choice. You're strong. If this was a book someone asked you to read for like one of those like friends pick a book, I don't think they like you very much. I think they secretly hate you. We're my favorite animal. Tiger. The shifter team. What's it called this year? Because it was werewolves last year. Now it's like, I can't remember. That was the first team I was on, and I am very sorry I didn't read anything. Letting down my old team. Well, you won last year, so. Hello, thanks for joining. Your picture's very cute. What are you going to be getting up to? Yes, I remember some things. You were very organized. You had like the little thingy. It's I won't say, but the thingy you're doing, very organized. It's giving Leandra. Because I've co-hosted with Leandra before. That manga looks really cute. I think I should pick it up. It looks adorable. I also like the one about the person with the giant pet spider. That also looks cute. Yeah. She's just sitting there screaming at me like, okay, come over. A crazy person. I know. I'm useless this year though. Last year I was like much more organized. I think I'll be good. Well, Will's back working, so I think I'll be good today. There'll be no YouTube. All good. I got a new place. I'm clearing the trash from here. Is it in one of the places you were hoping to get? Like one of the communal unit block things? I hope so. But either way, it's good that you're leaving because I know you're not a fan of where you were. That's exciting. But moving is a nightmare. I hope you've got lots of help. I'm sure your sister's helping. I got lucky with my in-laws. My mother-in-law gives us crochet. Oh, yeah. So cute. Oh, I love that. That's really sweet. I'll go look. Very behind on everything since I've been away, and I've kind of just been like a goop. This week I've been drawing all the Pokemon that I needed to draw, which anyone here does Pokemon. I've officially finished all of the Pokemon for this year for the general Pokédex. I'm very proud. I've still got a Patreon one I need to draw. Well, several. There'll be several more Patreon ones, but there's one I need to draw, which I might do today. But I'm worried about sprinting and drawing, so maybe I'll do that later. Because I draw on here. Our responsibilities mean it will be audiobooks and completing those required mindless tasks. Very true. What are everyone's audiobooks at the moment? I have started listening to Love Wrecked by Karina Harley. I basically just was looking at all the audiobooks I had on Audible that were part of membership that were expiring soon, and this was one of them. And it's meant to be about people that end up shipwrecked together, and I am a decent chunk in, and they still aren't shipwrecked together. Can you see how far I am? I'm like, why are they not shipwrecked yet? What is this? So I don't know. I'm like, what? That's a choice. Making this book about something and I'm almost halfway through and it hasn't happened yet. So that's kind of annoying. I think the boat's about to crash though. I feel weird being excited about that, but yeah, okay, well, it's time to get kids ready. I'm assuming I don't have a child. I have a cat. And she is something. I have to. My house is disgusting and I need to start thinking about decluttering and packing. Are you moving too? Everyone's moving. But yeah, I get that. You got this. That looks so horrible. Oh my gosh. What team are you on, Ali? What team are you? Sound like I said team or like that awful website. What team are you letting down? Oh, cute. Are you going to go visit Nicole? Nicole's not in Sydney though, but I think that bakery is like in other states. Just making sure you can all see my Readathon shirt. Hey, how are you? Hey, how are you? Thanks for joining. Thanks both of you for joining. What are you going to be reading or getting up to? Oh my goodness. The second sex then. I let you down. Yes. I love that you've added like Team Vampire. I haven't been on Team Vampire yet. I know because Sasha's one of the co-hosts. Oh, that's so cute, Case. Stop it. You're being so cute. I probably have not done any of the things you're saying to do because I am a mess. But I'll get to it. I actually have to go get my ADHD medication ran out. Basically, you can't like get it early, so I need to go. I've got the script in. I just need to go pick it up. So that's what I'm going to be doing first. And then I'm working on a video about a Japanese author who wrote in like the 1930s, 40s, 50s period, and she was a queer author, and she wrote, the first thing that she had published was 52 short stories called Flower Tales that were published in a magazine, and only one has been officially translated into English, so I have gotten an ebook copy of all of them in Chinese, and I've used Google Translate to authentic, but it gives me the gist of what the stories are about, and I'm writing like on all of the 52 short stories because it's what I do around here. So I'm on short story think I read 30 last night. Yeah, so I'm up to 31. I wanted to have read more, but I've crashed a little bit the last 2 days because it is really hard because it's just like terribly translated through Google, so it's not very easy to read. Like their names change, half the time their pronouns change. Some things I'm like, this makes no sense, so I'm trying to figure out what's actually happening. So it takes a while. And when the first stories, like the first like 20 were a lot shorter. These last 10 have been really long. So they're longer short stories. It's taking me longer. But that's what I'm doing. So whatever team I'm on when I finish this, you're going to get a lot of points. Because it's taking me ages. Because I asked Nell, I'm like, oh, they were all like published separately. So I could count them as separate. But then I didn't realize that you can't count anything under 100 pages. Which, I don't know how I feel about that. How do we feel about that? I'm like, why? No, why? So it's like, then you can't count picture books and stuff. Now I can't count all of these 52 short stories. But anyway, so I'm going to work on those today. Also, this is from Mr. DIY, which is a really cute shop in Malaysia. Look at this cute little book. I got this to write about the stories, and I'm like, I'm not going to be able to fit them all in this. So that bothers me. So sometimes I'm like, maybe I should write less. I'm reading an arc called The Witch of Willow Sound. Oh, that sounds cool. Is it about a witch? It's cool it's an arc. Did you get it through NetGalley? Or like a physical arc? Oh, that's going to be really useful for your sister too. I'm really glad. And it means you'll get to spend more time together, I'm sure, because it's less travel time. Cute. You're being too cute. It's too early for this cuteness. I'm listening to Tog. Whenever I see that, I think of Game of Thrones. So in my head, you're listening to Game of Thrones. It's even better for mindless tasks. George R. R. Martin is great for mindless tasks. Those books aren't complicated at all. Hey. Reading Sister Samurai. Ooh. That sounds cool. What's that about? A samurai? Sorry. They're also cute saying hi to each other. I was going to say I haven't been Team Vamp yet either. I'm literally not me, literally Team Vamp right now. It's all right. You're going to read today because I'm here. And I incite productivity as it's been like, what the heck? It's been on Patreon and they're like super chill. Half the time it's just me and Tracy vibing. So I'm not used to like properly sprinting. I can't like screen share properly on here on my iPad because that's all I've got at the moment. So I used to put timers up to make me stop talking too much. So maybe I need to set a timer on my phone. Oh wow, you're doing like a whole trip. Where is Tasmania? Oh, Maytac on a Tas trip. No, it's not too much. Please come. Tasmania is beautiful. And it's so small that you can get so much done, whereas on the mainland, everything's spread out. It's like hours and hours away. Whereas generally, the area you should go into Tasmania, the longest drive is like 3 hours. So you should come to Tasmania. And I know all the places that I can tell you. You need to go here and here and here and here. And the food is so good if you like coffee. And there's lots of like gluten-free. Well, I think for a lot of states, Tassie is one of the better ones for like gluten-free, vegan, or that kind of thing options. So you should come here. There's lots of hippies. They're not all weird like me. Oh my gosh. Hi, thanks for joining. What are you going to be reading or getting up to? It seems like we have a lot of vampires here. Are they the biggest team? Do we know what the biggest team is? I'm always interested in like the biggest and smallest teams. I haven't looked into it because I'm not on a team. I'm just like vibing, which probably suits me. It's probably a good role for me. Hey, Liv. It was good. If you hop onto Patreon, I've posted some pictures, so you can go check that out. Are we friends on Facebook? I can't remember. I've posted them on Facebook too. I go back to work tomorrow and I'm kind of excited to show my clients my photos. I've got some printed nice and large for them. I dropped them all postcards as well the other day. I'm like never excited for work. So it'll be like this week's going to be exciting and then I'm going to hate my life again. But how are you, Liv? Working on a seasonal deep clean so we can get fall decor up and I can read my fall reads in the right atmosphere. It would almost be fall there because it's almost Halloween, which means fall over there. Sorry. My body's like, what are you doing being up talking at this time and you haven't eaten or had anything to drink? Oh, cute. I love that movie. Rare, I don't like a kid's movie. One of the ones I don't like is How to Train Your Dragon. So, you can throw tomatoes at me. It's okay. I'm doing feather, so I don't know what the prompts are. Now that I'm back, I need to pay attention though, so I can help out with like when people are like, does this count or something? I can help out because I'm usually really helpful. I've just been. That was me last year. Wait, your team hybrids? I thought you were team vampire. You had all that vampire stuff. Oh, because the whole readathon is vampires. Okay. Just ignore me. I thought it meant that you were on team vampires, but it's like a Vampire Diaries readathon. So, you know, yeah, okay. I'm with you now. Team effort, we got there in the end. Tilly was playing with something and it's under the fridge and she's very upset. You need to not play close to the fridge. The amount of toys you lose under there. Anyone following the Founders Day parade playlist, these sprints are now in the right place. Wait, is there a list? Is there a sprint list? I'm sorry. Look. I'm a mess. I promise tomorrow I will be back on the grind. It's just kind of in holiday mode for me. You know, again, I can make a list of excuses, but it's just me being shit. Like Ellie and I are assuming it's about a witch, but just starting. I hope it's about a witch. Let us know how it goes. Hi, Bruce. That was me last year and we won, so just saying. And I posted selfies of me with like a wolf filter and it was hilarious. I tried to find a ghost filter, but I couldn't find one. If anyone knows where you can get a ghost filter for photos that's not like AI, I don't want to use like an AI thing. I guess it's like kind of all AI, but I don't want to use like AI art to like make myself look like a ghost. But if there's any filters on like Instagram or something you know of that are ghosts, let me know how to find it because I couldn't find one. I was gonna post like selfies of me with filters every time I entered a chat, so I think I'm gonna start doing that now. Like I entered like a team, so you can look forward to that. It's something no one asks for. Yes, I will say I probably have a soft, even though I read nothing for you. It's because I have faith in you. I didn't need to read for you. Oh my gosh. Does yours fall start before the month ends? Because we have more than 10-ish days. I feel like saying 10-ish is a bit too terrifying, Katrina. Do you like Katrina or Kay? Because I usually just call you Kay, but I see other people are calling you Katrina. I usually give people like nicknames and stuff. So Katrina feels very formal for me. No, I added all the factions to the announcement because they, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I was looking, but I couldn't see one because I was going to add mine to it. That's why you were like, Meredith, you haven't scheduled yours for the correct day. See, Kate, it doesn't matter because even if I schedule them on the correct day, I just open the wrong one. It's like I did this to spite you. I promise I didn't. Okay, we're going to do a sprint now. I'm sorry I talked for 30 minutes. Honestly, with how like crazy I feel right now, it's you know. Okay, you like Christina? Okay, I'll try and be formal and remember Christina. It's just very formal for me. You know, I'm usually like Kaza or something. Can I call you Kaza? Fall starts on the 22nd. Is that official or just a you thing? I wonder if we met in real life if we could be friends because I feel like we're the exact opposite. Like I feel like you're so organized and I'm just like not at all. And just sort of the SpongeBob episode where the guy's like, not at all, boy. Let's sprint because I'm losing it. I usually do hour sprints. Is that okay with people? Because I know there's going to be people here that aren't normally here hanging out with me. If this is your first time, it's definitely a good intro. K works, just don't end in my, like, just K, like the letter K. So no Kaza? No, I'll say Katrina. I'm just being silly. It's just very Australian to call people things like Kaza and stuff. Really? That's so weird. Here it's always like the start of the next month. We could be. I feel like you'd laugh and then you'd reach a point where you're like, okay, go away, you're annoying. I try to be good at noticing when I'm being a bit much because I definitely can be a bit much, especially in person. So I've become better at like vibing it out. So I think I'd be able to be like, okay, I think Katrina's reached the limit. Ara's good, awesome. You're a usual here though, so you know all about that, about my hour sprints. Makes up for how long I talk. I promise I will put a timer on for the other chats because we want to get reading and stuff. So we'll go to 10 past. I'm sorry I can't put anything up. Just because the iPad that I can use. The equinox. I'm stupid and I don't know what that means. I'm sorry. You'll have to explain. So it's different to here. Interesting. All right. I didn't put sprint until, oh my gosh. Sorry. Let me redo that. So I'm going to go for an hour. I love you and leave you all. And we will chat in an hour. Bye. Hello. How did we go? How did everybody go at that sprint? We had a really good chat about the equinoxes and solstices, which was stuff I didn't know. So, like I knew of them, but I didn't realize like the US used it. But now that I'm thinking about it, like I've probably heard about it, but I just forget. Yeah, it's really interesting. And yeah, this is what we do in Australia. So it's really interesting. It would be the same as us in New Zealand, correct, Jess? I imagine so. 16% into the Witch of Willow Sound and loving it. Unless something goes terribly bad between now and 100%, this will be a 5-star. Oh, wow. So has that released yet, or is this like are you reading it after it's been released, or has it not been released yet? Okay, are you on top of your arcs or not? I got my drugs, my legal ADHD medication, and I got myself a drink, which I'm enjoying. It took a while to be made, which is fine, but then I was sort of like, was this worth it? I could have just gone home and made myself a drink, but this is much nicer. So I say it's worth it, even though I stood there for like nearly 10 minutes. It was just very busy. And then by the time I got home and had something to eat and tried to fix my hair, I feel like I fixed it and it still looks terrible. I got it cut recently and I just don't really know how to style this. I'm not super happy with how it's cut. It seemed to just fall perfectly in Malaysia, but now I'm home, I don't know, it just looks really weird. I think it just needs to grow out a bit longer so I can like part it, but it's a bit short. I don't know what he did. Like he styled it really nice and he showed me all these ways I can style it and I try and it just looks terrible. And then I started the next short story. So this one is 31, which is Bluebells. And this one says, so they're often at girls' boarding schools. Because basically, even though I think some of them later on are like on page queer, I think a lot of them are more just like read between the lines kind of thing, but they're very much, there's like no men in these books, and when they are, they're kind of shit in these short stories. So they're usually at like girls' boarding schools. And the school in this one, it's called the Women's Normal School. I'm like, what is a women's normal school? So I think that's a mistranslation on Google Translate's part. I'm like, what is a normal school? That sounds weird. I don't like that. Because normally it's just like something girls' school. So yeah, that was weird. And they always kind of start like, this is who I am. And in this one, she's like, they're often like either they're from a really rich family or they're like in poverty. And often it's a rich family who goes into poverty. So I don't know if that's just something the author really liked to write or it was very relevant in Japan at the time. But this one is like, oh, we were really affluent and I had a great childhood, and then my dad drank and lost all our money. And then it's saying that the mum's family could no longer put up with this and they took the mum back home, but they didn't take the kids. So I'm like, that's weird. So the family were like, we're going to take our daughter away from this man, but not the kids. The kids, like, screw the kids. They can stay with this, like, drunk man. I'm like, is this, like, a thing that actually would happen? That just seems so weird. Why would they not take the kids? Like, is this just for, like, dramatic sakes? Because these are very dramatic short stories. I love it. They are so dramatic. So I'm like, is that just for dramatic purposes that they have nowhere to live? Because I'm like, that seems weird. So many times I'm like, is this, like, based on what would happen in the time? Or is this just, like, for dramatic purposes? Because they're very dramatic. There's definitely a dramatic flair to these short stories. Didn't read. All good. Played Discounty and continued in Murder Under a Red Moon. Got 84%. Nice. What's Discounty? I've been playing Pokemon Arceus. Because when I was in Malaysia, I lost my voice, like, almost completely. And basically every day leading up to, like, the wedding, if it wasn't, like, an event, we were at my friend's house helping out with stuff. And her grandmother lives there, I didn't want to get sick just in case I was sick. I don't think I was sick. I think I just had damage to my throat. But just in case I didn't go when my voice got really bad, because I didn't want to get the grandma sick. So I just had a day of rest. And I didn't really feel like doing anything. And Will was going to go help out in my place. So he was like, here's my Switch. And so I started playing Arceus. Now I'm obsessed. But I was obsessed with Stardew Valley before I left. So as always, I get obsessed with the game and then stop playing it completely. So I imagine I'll stop playing this in like a week or two. But it's good because I can listen to audiobooks while I play it. So but I'm going to try and read a lot of these today. I would love to just lay down and play Arceus and listen to my audiobook. I did also listen to more, and they have officially crashed on this island. So they're now shipwrecked. So I'm like, thank you. It's like halfway through the book, but okay, at least we're here now. And she went to pee, and there was like a goat. She thinks it was a goat looking at her, and she like freaked out. So that was fun. Got 2 oranges and a water. Oh, orange sounds nice. We have like, we'll cut up a bunch of fruit and put them in containers. So I could go have some fruit. Usually have it like in the evening. I do have a fruit box, but these fruit boxes are very little fruit. It's basically just sugar. It's just basically cordial. Dress Katrina. You have a good rest. I'm sure you are around for a lot of the sprints and are very active. So you enjoy a rest. Thank you for leaving me up, but you don't have to. But it's appreciated. I hope that for some reason it pauses and then you wake up to my face just on pause. You too. Thanks for being organized for me. Did you send me the playlist? I haven't even looked at my phone. Well, I've got the short story up in here, but I haven't looked at notifications. I'll have a look. Okay, have I done these things now? I've hydrated. I've taken my meds. I haven't checked laundry, but I think there is another load I could do. I've done a lot of laundry since I've got back, so I don't know if I have it in me to do some. I haven't stretched, but I've been walking. I've been out walking. So I feel like I've done well. I haven't posted any pics in the Discord. I could post Tilly. That's like the only interesting thing. Thank you. Yeah, you take care. How did everybody else go in the sprint? I feel like I had, when I was in the chemist, they were playing Titanium by Sia. Has Sia been cancelled? I don't know what really happened with Sia, but that song is such a banger. It's like such a like, because I felt like poop and I was like, and then like that song was playing and I was like, I feel like I can take on the world now. It's such a like solidified banger. And it's been out for so long. I hadn't heard it in so, it's probably been years since I've heard that song, but I heard it and I was like, this is peak. This is great music. Like, I now feel like I can take on the world. Whereas before I heard this song, I felt like absolute poop. So, but then I was like, what happened to Sia? Did Sia get cancelled? Like, what's going on with Sia? Isn't Sia Australian? I wonder how that kid's doing that was in all of Sia's music videos. This is what my mind does before my meds like calm me down and get me to concentrate. Just like that child in Sia's music videos. Wonder what that kid's doing. I actually saw the other day, you know that meme of that kid that's like, no, that's not the face. They look really unimpressed. This like blonde kid. I never knew there was actually a video of that. It's like from a video. And apparently that's like 10 years old. And then I looked up and that kid is like a teenager now and has like an Instagram account. I'm like, oh my God. That's crazy. Time goes so quick. So there's people here, but not much chatting. I hope I'm not like... Is it working properly? Is my stream working? Let me check. Seems like it's working. I guess I'm just talking crap and no one wants to talk to me, which is fair. Okay, I'll ask like an interesting question. What are people's favorite books they've read this year so far? And like, or like, what book would you really recommend? I actually haven't thought about what my favorite book is. I don't feel like I've had a super amount of bangers. I really love Null and Void, and I've been wanting to reread it. I just love that book. I really liked the whole Warrior Midwife trilogy, which is one of my recommendations for this readathon. Has anyone read it? Is anyone planning to read it? And I really like Spells to Forget Us, which is also another one of my recommendations. So if anyone's planning to read that, it's a YA, but I really, really liked it. I think I still really like queer YA, and that's like about it. I've really liked like Chelsea Curto's books. This year feels so weird. Like, I'm trying to think, what have I even read this year? I went to a book event a few months ago, so basically all of my reading for this year was for that, and then after that I kind of like gave myself a bit of a break because I've been reading so much. And like a lot of my reading's been like for videos, like research, so it's not like, it's like articles and stuff. It's not actually like a book. I think my least favorite is Blood Over Bright Haven by M.L. Wang. I really did not like that. I really liked the Amethyst Kingdom by A.K. Mulford. Percent of Us by Eliana Lee. Very good. Probably not a fave, but I really liked it. The Body Is Not an Apology was a really good read. I don't know, my mind's like, I read these this year. This wasn't last year. The Guest Cat, that was this year. I loved that. The Vermilion Ribbon, Enemies to Booksellers, gosh. Yeah, I think Null and Void by R. Moody is probably my favorite book so far. Yeah. No, that's fine. It's just like, I have to try and think of things to talk about if no one's commenting. As I said, I haven't like sprinted live much. I mainly just do Patreon, and usually it's just like me and Tracy hanging out. The Moon Hatched. I know that one. Very popular. Vampires of El Norte. I know that one. And oh, sorry. I think I'm in the minority. I really do. I think it's a very popular book, so I wouldn't worry. I'm not going to like rant on why I didn't like it. That's fine. I think just personally, because I've read a lot of books about like colonization and stuff, I just felt like this was a bit mediocre. I think that's my main problem. Just because I've read so much, because Australia is a colonized country and I've read a lot of colonized stories by Indigenous authors, I just feel like, because this was kind of a fantasy colonized story, I just sort of was like, ugh, I don't know. But I was thinking like if I hadn't have read so much, I probably would have liked it more. Yeah. But I think I'm in the minority, so it's okay. I read it for a Patreon book pick, so I normally wouldn't have actually picked it up. So that's like another thing. Marigold Cottages. That sounds so cute. I last year read a lot of the Evermore bookshop murder mysteries. I can never think of what the series is called, by Stephanie Holmes. I really liked that. That was really fun. I haven't finished it, but there's a lot of books in that series. But I met the author at that event I went to. Actually, so whenever I go to book events, I allow myself to get one special edition. And I know that like the point of these events is to get special editions, but I don't know. I don't have a lot of money, and it's just not something I want to put a lot of my money into. So I allow myself to get one. And Stephanie Holmes was the author that I got a special edition from. And it actually got stuck in customs, so I didn't get it for like about a month after the event, which is crazy. I've actually got it here because I was showing a friend. So this is like one of my this is like my fanciest special edition. The other special edition I have is the one I got at the other event I went to this year. But this one's like very fancy. And I got a Not Safe for Work cover, but that was like just a paperback. So this is like it's about a woman whose job is helping people declutter their houses. And she gets a job to help out this like centuries old vampire who has like hoarded a lot of stuff over the years, and it's really cute. And the author got picked up traditionally, so I hadn't pre-ordered a copy of the paperback of this, and then it got cut off. You couldn't pre-order it anymore because it had been picked up traditionally, so you couldn't buy the indie edition anymore, but you could still pre-order the special edition. So now this is like even more like special because you can no longer get this in any of these indie versions because it's now being picked up. But I don't know when it's being published. I think maybe next year it's being republished. I think you can still read it, but you can't like buy the indie. I don't know. It's very complicated. But it's so pretty. So I thought it was like a good investment as well. Look at this. I feel so fancy doing this because like, again, this is like my only special edition like this. The cute little bookshelves. Very cute. And it is signed as well. Not when I was there with the author because they it got stuck at customs. So there's a little signature and it's got a little cat in it. Try not to open the book too much. It's like a little map. And the chapters are like, it's so pretty. I can see why people love buying special editions. I'm like, this is just beautiful. So, but yeah, I did still spend a lot of money, but I got more for what I spent because I just bought like paperbacks. and got them signed. And it's just cool to like chat to the authors and stuff. So, but I can see why people love special editions. I'm like, this is so pretty. So I really like to get one, but I don't think I'm going to go to any next year. Money again. Because I'd got tickets to go to these, and then I got asked to be a bridesmaid for my friend's wedding in Malaysia, and I was like, oh fuck. So this is a very expensive year. So next year, get me nothing like this. Just gonna be boring again, I guess. My Dear Illusion. I haven't heard of like any of these. Recent favorite of mine is Those Beyond the Wall by Micaiah Johnson. I think I've heard of that author, I feel like. I don't know if I've heard of that book. Basically cozy, but in my opinion, a big step up in substance. Oh, cool. It's like an anti-cozy mystery. I don't read a lot, but I really like the Stephanie Holmes ones. They're like polyamorous as well. They're just really cute. Like, listen to while you... So far, this book I've been reading tonight is a candidate. Yeah, obviously. That's really cool. It's very pretty. Yeah. Very special. Oh. Well, there's a lot of purple in this book. There's a lot of purple on the original, like, just paperback as well. Again, I don't know if you can... I haven't really looked into it at all. So I don't know, like, if you can even read it at the moment. It's very weird. I'm never really, like, up with what happens when a, like, indie book gets picked up traditionally. That transition is confusing to me. Because it's like, she no longer has, like, full rights of this anymore. So that's why, like, that paperback had to get taken off the pre-orders. And I was thinking of getting that paperback, so that's why I ended up making that my... Because I really wanted to get something from this author, so I was like, that'll be my special edition. And I'm actually kind of happy it arrived late, because it probably would have got damaged on my way home. So I'm really happy that I got to have it, like, shipped here. And arrive in nice quality. Anyway, shall we do another sprint? Are we good with another hour? No, I have to look these books up. I knew, like, all the other ones you listed in that first message, but since then I haven't known. But again, I feel like these books by Johnson. Romance and like lit fic. That's kind of like my main two genres. So, oh, The Space Between Worlds, yeah. Those Beyond the Wall. Is that... Oh, wow. It's 4 years since The Space Between Worlds. That's crazy. Have they published anything since? I really wanted to read The Space Between Worlds. Oh, so Those Beyond the Worlds is a sequel. I thought it was just a standalone. Was it originally a standalone? This is making me want to read this more. It's just not my go-to genre, so it's kind of like, I don't know. As I said, for over a year I've been reading for those book events, which were all basically romance, so only now that I'm kind of like able to read other stuff, and yet I'm still reading romance. It's just the easiest thing for me to listen to. I prefer a lot of other stuff to read physically. But as I said, on my physical reading time is going to this video. I'll right-click that one. It's a sequel. Yeah. There is a bit of a lag. I apologize. I think it's because I'm sprinting on my iPad. It's the best I can do. Sweet. Let's do another hour. I usually do hours, and then like maybe towards the end I'll do like a 30 or something. So we'll go until 40. So it's on the hour. Oh my gosh, I didn't put until. I know it probably makes sense, but you could read Those Beyond the Wall as a sound where it takes place 10 years after the events. Yeah. Would probably want to continue on then. This is similar. Actually, this is like a spin-off to the series I was talking about that I've read like half of. So you can read this without having read that. It's just set in the same town and the characters appear, but it's like not something you need to, like, it's not relevant. It's just like, oh, these characters are here, and if you have read the other series, you know who they are, kind of thing. They're more like little standalones. I read them in order. That's good. It's a good thing. I recommend that way. They are def compliment. Yeah. Was it planned or was it like last minute, like later on? Because that's 4 years. And they didn't write anything else. That's crazy. Because I remember when that came out, because that was the debut, right? And I was like, oh, this author's gonna like blow up and pop off and like write heaps. But it's crazy. It's been 4 years. Time flies. All right. We will sprint until 40 past. I'll love you and leave you, and we'll chat in an hour. Bye. Hello. Sorry, lost track of time. I was like right near the end of the story, so I was kind of in my zone. But how did everybody go? How did we all go in that sprint? I finished Bluebells, and I just finished White Peony. Is that how it's pronounced? Peony? White Peony was not good. It was a bit of a dumpster fire. Bluebells was so sad. I think it's the saddest so far. I was like, I don't really cry much reading. It doesn't seem to like get that kind of reaction from me. I cry watching stuff, but not really like reading. But I was like almost crying. I was like, oh, it was rough. It was like about, so I mentioned before that like the kids kind of got abandoned by the parents. So I grew up with the uncles, and the little younger brother really clung to the older sister. And when she grew up, she wanted to go away to a school so that she could get educated and provide for the brother and give him a good life. And so when they were separated, while she was at the dormitory school, it was really hard for him. And something that would happen was that the cousins got like these wooden horses as presents, and he didn't get one, so they would always kind of like be mean to him while playing with these like wooden, like the rocking horse kind of thing. So she was like, I'll get you one. And so she worked really hard. She got like a part-time job, which she wasn't allowed to have. So she worked really hard to make money to buy this wooden horse for her brother. And he said, like, don't worry about it. Like, just save money. You know, he values her more than the stuff like that. But she secretly did it. And then she eventually made enough, and she skipped like visits to see him during breaks to keep working. And she made 10 yen, which was enough for her to buy a horse. But then the day before the next break, this girl in the dormitory is like, I've lost 10 yen. Someone stole 10 yen. And so they accuse her of stealing it, but she can't confess that she got it from work because she's not allowed to have a job. So she gets stuck there for quite a few days until she eventually is like, I'll just confess that I had a job. And so they let her leave. And then when she gets there, her brother had died like the day before. So it's like, and there's a line about how like distressed he must have been just wanting to like have her hold him while he like left the world. I'm like, oh my God. But she was so busy focusing on getting him this horse that what really mattered was them being together and her being there when he died, and she missed it by like a day. She was just so focused on these things and providing for him. It's just, my God. So that was very sad. A lot of them are very sad like that. That one just really, I think, is the saddest so far, though. That really hit. Because they all, like, they're pretty much mostly sad. It's kind of what she was known for, writing kind of sad stuff. So, but far out. That one really, like, yeah. Like, I find a lot of them are more, like, bittersweet sad, but that one is just, like, tragic. That's, like, a tragedy. There's nothing sweet about that. It was just sad. And, like, the flower names of all the stories are incorporated in some way. And so this one was that there were bluebells blooming around his grave, and she was like, maybe they were representing his voice, like, trying to talk to her. And I'm just like, stop it. Stop it. Like, it's so sad. Wow. So it's like, this is how powerful these little stories are, because these aren't the correct translations. You know, these are pretty dodgy on my part. Like, it's the best I can do. And I'm still, like, getting such a strong reaction. So, yeah. But then the second one was just, like, weird. It was, like, about this princess. And it was, like, I was all over the place. I don't know if it was the translation. But I feel like the story itself was just, like, here's this princess, and there's like this interaction she has with an old man that's not relevant to the rest of it, because the rest of it's like, oh, there was this girl that really wanted to be her best friend, but this person was her best friend, but then they stopped being friends, and then they had a party and she won this card game, so the princess gave her this like flower to congratulate her on winning, and she like blushed. I'm like, after the bombshell of the one before that, this is what you're gonna write? Like, obviously the creative juices were like dry after writing Bluebells, so she's like, well, this is the best I got for this one. My god. So yeah, got through 2. So many quotes for Bluebells though, like, because there's just so many good quotes, like, my brother was my strength, like, I did everything for my brother. And there were just little bits like he didn't want to be apart from her when he was like, before he started school, so he was probably like 4 or 5, and he would follow her to school, even though she'd say stay home, he'd follow her to school and he'd just play alone, like in the sandpit while she was at class, and then he'd come home with her. And I was like, when she went away, all he wanted was her to be there. It's tragic. It's a tragedy. Because like she did everything for him. Insane. Okay. We had Brooklyn pop in. Hello. I don't know if you're still there, but hello. Joining in again. Just spent a few hours doing boring work stuff. Ew. You teachers have so much work outside of work. Like, my mom was a teacher, so it was like she was always like doing work outside school, and it's like technically not really paid. It's like, so respect for all that you do. Hello. In-laws have just left and I'm about to make some lunch. I was wondering where you disappeared to. Of course you disappeared for that. I completely forgot. You enjoy your coffee. Sorry, no, that's your lunch. I saw coffee. Ali underneath says coffee. You enjoy your coffee. What were you reading again, did you say? 44 pages, decent though. Just about to make some lunch. What are you having for lunch? I had a pie. I had a cauliflower and cheese pie that I bought when I got my hot chocolate. But it's okay. I'm being healthy and I've got a hydrolyte in here now. Because I do not remember to drink enough. Finished Murder Under Red Moon, giving it 4 stars and got myself some soup. Very nice. You're like a reading machine. I'm trying to remember what team you're in. But whatever team you're in, I just remember seeing that you're a reading machine. It's not what I'm in currently, is it? Or is it the... I can't remember. I'm getting so confused with where everyone is, but I remember seeing you're a reading machine. You said that you're the first team I was in, right? The shifters? My brain. It's really hard to keep track when you're just kind of bouncing in between teams. Yeah, it was like... And it's one of the only ones that has a relationship between like a male with a male. There's only been 2 and they've been really good. Another one was like this student. I'm assuming no one's ever going to read these. So, and in my video, I'm going to talk about them. But there's this girl whose father, there's this girl who goes to school and there's this really weird old teacher. He's like very flamboyant and kind of weird and very focused on studies, and everyone thinks he's kind of boring and bizarre because he always has this like umbrella. Like no matter where he is, he carries this umbrella. And this one girl really likes him and like always listens attentively and always helps him out and is really polite to him. And then in one of his classes, there's like samples of like animals, and she drops the jar and like faints because it's got like a, I think it's got a, it wasn't clear what was in it. I think it was a snake. So she like freaks out, which like, honestly, I would also freak out. And then he goes to like visit her at home to be like, I'm so sorry to the parents. And they're like, oh, they tell the story of like, oh, she's adopted and her father abandoned her. He was too focused on like academics. And I was like, oh, damn. And he's like, and they're like, he was adopted as well. So he struggled to like connect with anybody. And then he's like, oh, well, you know, maybe that father loved his daughter, but he didn't know how to like be her father. So he like, maybe he had something like an umbrella as his emotional crutch and he couldn't do it. That was like really weird. And then they're like, oh, she had like this bookmark that she loved of her dad's. This is where it's confusing because it says she has one that she kept. That's like the only thing she has of her dad's. But then he like comes back that night and drops off the bookmark. He like gives the bookmark to them and he says, can you give it to her? And then they like, he's never seen again. He's never seen again at the school and she never sees him again. So they're more like that, like bittersweet. But that one was a really good one as well. So it's like, but most of the time it's just stuff between mother and daughter or siblings, like sisters, girls at schools, teachers and their students. It's not really like normally involving any men. And usually the men are like useless and stupid. Most of the time their only contribution is that they have passed away or they have lost all of their family's money. So thank you for the sprints. I need to go. Oh, good. It was lovely having you here. Lovely to hang out. I hope you have I'm assuming it's getting into night for you, so I hope you have a good night. You take care. And I hope that you continue to love your book. You'll have to let me know in the Discord when you finish and what you think. Just like tag me in the chat. Having a coffee too. I knew it. I just knew that you were having a coffee. Currently reading 101 books. Why are you doing that? Why? Like you've started them and you're like, or you're actively reading 101 books at the same time. I'm going to assume it's the first. You've just put a bunch down. Having a chicken cordon bleu thing from Woolies. Oh, that sounds fancy. And some veg. Ooh. What like section is that chicken thing? Is it in like the deli? It's very fancy. Might have to get some. Yes. I finished the Midnight Encanto. It was heartfelt and magical. Now to pick out an extra book to read. Was it like a novelized version of the movie, or was it like a novelized version of a different story within that world? Or was it just like the movie? You know what, the movie, the grandma in that movie made me so mad. Like I understood what they were doing and I get why she was like that, but I was like, this is unforgivable. I do not forgive this grandmother. I thought it was very good in terms of like what it was trying to do, but I guess because it's a kids movie, it's like we need to forgive everybody. But I was like, no, this grandma can go leave, get her out of here. Like I was so mad at this like grandma from a children's movie. It's like me when I watched The Secret Garden. I was just like, this man can just go. It's like, we forgive him. I'm like, no, I don't. I have probably 10 currently. Mixture of audio, physically, and then a few books that I started. Oh my gosh, I don't think I could do that. I'm so like, I have to finish this book. I have to finish it. And then if I don't, it's very rare that I want to pick it up again, and I'll usually just start from the beginning again, as if I never read it. So, yeah. I couldn't, but we're all built differently. As long as you're happy doing that, and that's how you feel comfortable functioning, then by all means. But if it's stressing you out, I hope that you can fix this. 10, wow. I usually I'll have like a physical book and like an audio book and then maybe like an ebook. But usually it's just like a physical or an audio. So like I'll usually have 2 on the go, but they're just so separated in my head because they're different formats. And I mean, generally now I either have just an ebook or a physical. I don't tend to really have 2. So it's really just 2 overall. Just the meat section. It sounds fancy, but they're pre-made, so it's very easy. Yeah, I love their pre-made stuff. We always get some sorts like when we don't feel like cooking. It's just like easy. You can get that sort of stuff from butchers too. It's obviously more expensive, but it tastes better. I love going to butchers for sausages, and it's like, it's not actually, the sausages are not too expensive, it's just they're more expensive than the supermarket, but I think the supermarket ones taste kind of gross. So, and like they have the nice flavors at the butchers. Oh my gosh, I accidentally blocked you, Ali. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to tap it and it's like block. I'm like, no. Did you have a few on the go at all times? Oh my gosh. But I mean, if you're happy doing that, it's fine. Like that, my brain would be a mess. I'd be like, no, I have to finish. I get very like antsy. That's why I struggle with like libraries where I have to like return it before I finish. I'm like, I need to finish it. Abuela. Yeah. I was like, I watched it with my niece, who was just vibing out. So it's not like I was going to be like, how dare this grandma? But deep down, I was like, Effa. I have a few buddy reads on there that I haven't finished too. I used to do one only at a time, but find that having a few on the go is the way my brain works better. Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? We're all different. And there's some people that can only have one. No matter the format, only one. Those people make the most sense in my brain. I'm like, I feel like that's the correct way, if there is a correct way. But it doesn't matter. We all have a correct way to us. We should put a bunch of pre-made stuff to portion out and freeze this fortnight. I'm so excited for portioned out stuff like macaroni and cheese. Yes. Actually, so as some of you know, my grandma passed away near the beginning of the year, which was very hard and very sad. I'm still kind of, I feel like I think about it every day and miss her. But basically she had a really big freezer and fridge, and my mum was like, well, you're like the only granddaughter that like would go and visit her often. Not because my sisters are bad people, they just weren't close, like physically close, and one has kids, so like one's like a plane ride away, one's like a 3+ hour drive with kids. So I was the only one that was really able to visit her and stuff, but I really helped out a lot and stuff. So she was like, I feel like I'd rather you have them than we sell them. And I was like, well, I won't say no. It makes me sad though, because seeing these, I think of grandma's house. But so now we have a big freezer, so I intend to buy a lot of pre-made stuff and freeze it so I can be lazy. But it's like a massive freezer. I was like, I would never have bought this. So, but yeah, it's really not so much the freezer, because I obviously didn't really use that at my grandma's, but the fridge, I'm just like, she always used to have goon. My grandma drank goon. So when I open it, I'm just like, it feels weird that there's no goon in this fridge. If you don't know what goon is, it's like the cheap boxed wine. So she'd buy like a bunch of those. And I remember when she like still lived at home and was declining, I'd sometimes help her do her groceries, and I'd have to go to the bottle shop and get her her boxed wine. So I still remember the one that she got. I'm actually like, one day I should buy some and see what it's like. So the goon I've had I quite like. Yeah, it's amazing. It's like upright and has like drawers. My mum got it for grandma to make it easy for her, because she had one of those ones that you have to reach in, and it was like not safe for her. But you know what elderly people are like, they don't like change. So my mum bought this for her. It's really good though. It's basically just a giant fridge. It's in a really weird spot because it's like we haven't quite figured out where to put it yet, but it's like very good. I want one so bad. It's very good. Maybe Christmas asks for gift cards from everyone from the same place that sells them, and then maybe that will pay for one during a sale. When people are like, oh, where do you want gift cards? I'm always like places like that where I can get something useful. Yeah. She'd always have like 2 or 3. I'm not even kidding. Oh, I love my grandma. Was it cheap though? I remember hearing that it was cheapest, but you can get bottles for like $5-6. That's like Chardonnay. What do they call it? I know the stuff like. I know the stuff you're talking about. I don't know if that's a newer thing because my grandma was in her 90s when she passed, so I don't know if that sort of stuff was around for her. And old people do not like change. So if you were like, oh, you can get a similar tasting thing for cheaper in a bottle, she'd be like, no, I want this thing that I've had. And I think she liked having it in the box because she didn't have to pour it. All she had to do was flick the thing and pour it into a cup, you know. So it was much easier for her. And sometimes people just don't like change. But I don't know if that was around, you know, for years. I don't know if it's a newer thing. But yeah, I know that. I'm trying to think. Is it Chardonnay? Because they're really sweet. And they're like, yeah, like $5. And they give it like a funny name. I can't think. All I can think of is like peach, pink. Okay, it's like 4 liters though. Yeah, it may be cheaper like overall. As I said, I imagine it's just like the ease of it was easier for you. Forget my grandmother's generation used to always get it and say it was cheaper, but now being an adult, I'm like, these bottles are cheap themselves. Yeah. But you can't hang the bottles up on the clothesline. That's the real thing here. Did she get fruity elixir? No. I can find what she got. I'm just realizing the name I'm remembering might be what my mum usually gets. But that could also be the same. I feel like I'm pretty sure it was this. I'm like pretty certain this is what she got. I think my mom just sometimes drinks this as well. Like, my mom doesn't really drink, but if we're going out for dinner, she'll get like a wine, and I think she gets this probably because it's what grandma got. But this is, I'm pretty certain this was the box. I know it was Stanley, and it was that color, and I'm pretty sure that's the one it was. Makes me feel sad seeing. $15. Yeah, I think she'd give me like a. This was a few years ago now. I remember like maybe she'd give me like a $50 note, or like a 60, and she'd be able to get 3, I think. Because you do like the drive-through thing, but she'd get me to go in and they'd like bring it to the car. I actually don't know because I don't know, is anyone sprinting after me? Did Katrina send me? Here it is. Just see when the next sprint is. Oh, look at everyone. This is cute. No one else is sprinting, so I don't know. Like, I believe you're not in Australia, Glenda, so please feel free to go to bed, because I may be going quite late for your time. So please don't feel like you need to hang around. Sleep is more important. I usually go for about 4 to 5 hours. I'm generally not someone that sprints for a very long time. I used to, but not so much now. So, yeah. I don't know. I don't have to rush out because the games night is the next thing on this playlist. Because I obviously didn't want to like keep sprinting when someone else was going to sprint. So next sprints are not Sasha's until like the next day. Sasha looks so pretty. Brooklyn, everyone looks so pretty in their thumbnails. Mine looks so stupid in comparison. I wanted to make myself look like a ghost. It's also a really creepy photo that my partner took of me. I was like, take a pretty photo of me reading. And then I was like silly and did like this ugly expression, and it turned out way worse than I thought it would. So I was like, well, I guess I'm going to use that for my thumbnail. This is when we say that literally 90% of Aussie childhoods are all the same. Yeah. Oh my god. You're welcome. Maybe it's telling you need to grab a bag and put it on the clothesline, and you and hubby can have a game tonight. Are you religious? You go to church on Sunday? If not, Saturday night. Yes. That seems to be the next thing, which is not for 18 hours, and I most definitely will not still be sprinting then. I'll be at work then. I cannot join because I have work. I'm really sad because I really wanted to join. I couldn't join last year either. It's just really annoying being in Australia for these things because you kind of miss out on a lot of things. I feel like it'd be easier if I didn't have a job, but unfortunately I have a job, so it's like a lot of the time, even if they schedule it to be at a good time for me, it's like, well, I'm working. So anyway, that's fine. Nell did a really good time for Australians. It's just I have work every second Sunday, and it fell on the second Sunday that I'm working. So, but generally people don't work on Sundays, so because for us it's Sunday morning, for you guys Saturday evening, correct? So, well, we might do another sprint and then see how we feel. We might stop there. We might keep going. I'm kind of the kind of person that I just sprint until I'm like, I'm done. And sometimes that can be very sporadic. So I do apologize. I'm not the kind of person that can be like, we're going to sprint for this amount of time. I like to sprint as long as I can because I like to provide a space for people to hang out. But I do eventually, I used to sprint for like, I've done like 12-hour sprints, but now I'm like, okay, I'm done. Don't know how I used to do it. I don't know how I used to do a lot of the things that I used to do. I'm definitely feeling like I'm getting older. So, again, Blender, please don't feel like you need to stay. I really appreciate having you here. It was lovely to chat. If you want to hang out still, though, please do. So, yeah, we'll probably do another hour at least, and then we might finish after that. I think I'm going to try and read more in this sprint, and then after that, I really just want to play Pokemon. I think I'm going to try and still read more in this sprint, and then next sprint, I'll just play Pokemon, listen to my audiobook. Do I have y'all's permission to do that? I know if I ask you that, you'll be like, just play Pokemon now. I don't know how anyone does long sprints. I've never gone longer than 4 hours, and even that's a stretch. Yeah, I mean, I used to do it. I don't know. I think a lot of people that do those really long sprints do long. sprints in between chats. They're not doing like half-hour sprints. They're doing like hour-plus sprints. So that like pushes it out. And I mean, I guess like the more comments you get, the less you need to interact, I suppose. Because like when you're not getting a lot of comments, you've got to try and fill in the time. Whereas if you get a lot of comments, you can just sit there reading through them and you don't really have to do much. But I'm not the kind of person that gets a lot, so it's like, I guess for me, it's a lot of energy needed. Not saying that everyone that gets a lot of comments does that, but that could be a way to kind of make them a bit easier. So I don't know. You'd have to ask the people that do them. Like thinking back to when I did them, I just overall in general had more energy and motivation than I do now. To be fair, no, I don't know what the to be fair is. Because I was going to say I wasn't working as much, but then actually I was still doing a lot online when I did like 12-hour straight weeks, like fortnights. So it could be because I'm doing only morning work now, and before I did some evening work, so I got sleep in, so I generally got more sleep. I don't think I sleep enough now. Anyway, sorry, I go on tangents. Honestly, like, it doesn't matter if I'm not getting many comments because I can talk. I can think of things to talk about. It's kind of annoying. It's like, please stop. Okay. I'll do at least another hour. Also, you can't see, but behind that plant is a picture of my grandma with my mum. You can just see her. It was one of, I think it might have been the last Christmas that she was like mentally with it, because she had a lot of like mini strokes, which completely just, she wasn't really like the same after that. So I think that that's actually the last Christmas that she, old age gets to us. I know, working in aged care, it's my life. All right, let's sprint for an hour and we'll chat after. Bye. Hello. How did everybody go? I will probably end the sprints here. The iPad is flat and I'm charging it in the lounge. And Will's working and it's warm here. And I think I'm just gonna probably play a game after this. But I'll listen to my audiobook. But yeah, I think I might end the sprint here. I'm starting to get a bit tired. This angle is atrocious. I apologize. But how did everybody go? I finished 2 more stories. I just need to write some more notes about this one. This one's ending is really confusing. So I need to reread it and then write out the notes. I didn't really like this one. It's a bit ick. The one before it was nice. So it was White Peony. No, sorry, Begonia. I quite liked now I'm up to Acacia, which Acacia is an Australian flower. Begonia might be too, I'm not sure. I might be mixing it up with Banksia. But Acacia is an Australian flower. So that means I read how many? I think 4. I read 4 stories today. So I might have a break and then try and read some more tonight. Because I really like them. It's just a lot of brain power. Although the one I just read I didn't really like. It was basically just about this teacher that was horrible. So, and I'm like, I don't pity you. Yeah. I've been playing cozy games and listening to my audio. Oh, what manga were you reading? I'm glad you finished. What game are you playing? And what audiobook are you listening to? All the questions. Made and ate lunch, read 5 pages. My brain isn't working because I forgot my meds today. Oh my gosh. I didn't remind you when I said I went and bought mine. Oh, it's rough. On our trip home, that was like 30 hours plus. It was like like we were overnight on the plane and then we were at the airport and Will was like, oh, have you had your medication? I was like, oh, I think I took it at like the accommodation. And it's like, no, it's been like a full day since then. I hadn't even like, I was so disorientated. I was like, oh yeah, it's like a full day. It's like been a new morning since then. But I just didn't take it. I was just like tired and dead anyway. It probably would have helped if I had. But anyway, it was kind of like, I don't want to take it now because then I might not sleep when I get home and I need to sleep. Yeah, it was like, so this is the first one where I kind of feel like the teachers, like there's been kind of a student-teacher romance. Like there wasn't actually a romance on page, but this teacher liked a student. The rest have all been like, from what I can interpret from what I have, is just like a really flowery like relationship of like respect or like a mother figure. They're very like romantically written, but all the relationships are like between siblings and parents and kids and stuff. They're all very flowery and they're sort of about like love and respect in a very like beautiful way. Whereas this felt like she was like, oh, I like have a thing for this student, which is gross. The age thing is really confusing because I think like they were similar age, like they graduated around 18 and the students were like 17, 18, but like obviously it's still an imbalance of power and gross, but I don't really know. But I was like, but it wasn't like the student didn't know and the teacher was like felt bad about it, and it just meant that her teaching was biased and it basically bit her in the ass. So it wasn't like an actual like romance story. It was like a creepy teacher basically. So I'm just like, well, I don't feel sorry for you. You're a horrible person. So this is probably like my least favorite so far. There's been some doozies, but I think this is the first like a real bad doozy. But this ending I'm a little bit confused by, so I need to reread it. Definitely a bad teacher. To like be careful, they're addictive, and I'm like, yeah, so addictive I always forget them and need 5 alarms to remember. Yeah, I feel like it's like they're not necessarily addictive, but they really help. And I guess your body does have withdrawals, but because you have ADHD, you forget. Like when I don't take it and I see how bad I feel, I really don't like how like dependent my body is. But like in terms of like addiction in my head, I don't feel addicted that way. That makes sense. Like it's not an addiction that you're always thinking about, but it's like your body does become dependent upon it. And I think it's pretty, like, I don't think it's rocket science to think something that makes you feel like you can function much better and have a better quality of life, you're going to be, I guess, a little bit addicted to because you want to have a good life. So I don't think it's like crazy of a concept to think that you would have a bit of reliance. But it's like, oh, so I have ADHD, so I forget. I forget that I need this to function. I definitely have forgotten it a few times, and it's like a nightmare when I do. I just try and put it in a spot where I'm going to remember. I often, when I'm working, sometimes just keep it in my bag, which I shouldn't do because, like, if someone saw it in my car, apparently they break into it. I usually keep it hidden in my bag. But, you know, it's just stuff like that to try and make sure I remember, because the worst is when I go to work and I haven't taken it. I've had to ask Will to come a few times. Actually, I think it's only happened once. The other times I was able to come home and grab it. Get too tired without them. I figure I'm as addicted to them as much as any neurotypical is to their dopamine. Yeah, well, it's like unfortunate that we need this to function, but like, yeah, I get very tired. I think I get more tired without it than before I took it, which I don't like that feeling, but I think it makes sense. Luckily, I'm only on the 40 milligram dose, so it's not too bad. But I don't know why I feel bad about that, but it's like I don't feel bad about needing antidepressants. Like I don't feel bad about the fluoxetine. So it's like if I don't have fluoxetine, I'm a very different person. But I don't like feel like negative about that. So I don't know why there's this feeling about like an ADHD medication, if that makes any sense. I don't know why like I have this stigma in my head that's different. Because it's like, I guess also in a way it's like stuff like fluoxetine is a slow moving thing. So if I don't take it for a day, I don't notice the difference. If I don't take it for like around 4 to 5, I start to notice the difference, but it's not like I don't take it one day and I notice, because it's a slow acting thing. So I think it's that whole, oh, I didn't take it today. I feel like I really notice the difference. It makes you feel like, oh my gosh, I'm so reliant on this. It's like I'm not reliant on it to live, but I'm reliant on it to function in the way that I would like to. Sorry, this angle is terrible. It's just basically my boobs. Also, I love the little Pikachu. It's a squishmallow that's a pillow, and it just looks. It's been through it. It's true. They're game changing for sure. Yeah. And I mean, it's not crazy to want to be able to function and have a good life, like in a way that you want, especially when you're someone who likes reading and stuff, where it's like that can be really challenging. I just find for me, I feel like it's made my fixations a bit worse. So it's like, I feel like I'm able to do things like better, but it's like I get addicted to what I'm doing more. But I'm more focused. Like I'm not as like scattered. Like before I'd be all over the place. I feel like I still am a bit, but I'm a lot more like focused. But it's like when I'm focused on something, it's like that's what I'm focused on, which I think is maybe why I'm struggling with sprints a bit, because I'm getting disrupted from the pattern that I'm in, which is that I'm like fixating on something. So having like the sprints disrupt that, I think exhausts me a little bit. Whereas before, I was a little bit more all over the place. So it's like, ooh, you know, whereas now it's like, oh, I'm like in the zone. I don't know if that's like a normal side effect. I think I looked into it and it said like you're probably on too strong of a dose. So I have lowered it, but I feel like it's still the same. The same way about my stimulants as I do about my diabetes meds. My body just isn't doing the thing it's supposed to do, so I take meds. Yeah, as soon as there's something with your brain, it's just always we always like look at it differently. But it's like it's an illness, still an illness, but because it's to do with our brains, we think like, oh, we feel like we have some involvement in it. It's like, no, still an illness. It's like, I don't choose to be like this. These are expensive. I would much rather not have to take them. Yeah, and I think that it's worse without it now than it was before. Because I'm like, what the heck? How did I do this? And I'm like, I feel like it's worse. Like, I feel like getting off these meds would be so hard. Because I don't think I used to be that bad. Well, I definitely didn't. Like, I remember I didn't take it for 2 days and I was like, I just was exhausted. Like, I had just like, the brain fog was real. And that's the main thing that these meds get rid for me is the brain fog. And just, I can sort of concentrate on what I'm doing better. Again, sometimes it's like too much, but you know. Well, we might end there. Thank you everybody who has joined. If you've been a silent viewer, which I feel like we've had quite a few of today, which is really nice. I'm used to like Patreon where it's like, you know, a few people there and they're talking and everything. So this was kind of cool to be back live with all kinds of people here. It's lovely to see some new faces and stuff. So I'll be back next week. I can't remember if it's next week's sprint that I've mucked up, but I'll go and fix that after this. I will fix that sprint that I was meant to do today, but I did this one instead. This is 20th of December. September. So I'll change that other sprint to 20th of September. Once we know the difference, it's so much more noticeable how hard it is. It's very validating. Yeah. Very much so. Especially because the imposter syndrome do be real. Especially when you're like, oh, I have this thing. And then you have people that say, oh, I don't think you have that. It's like, please, I really did not need to hear that. Yeah. So thank you everyone for joining. I should link Nell's channel. Because I don't think I've put it in the description. I need to do that for the others. I just never get around to much these days. So I'm a bit slow. I loved Nell's old channel name, but I will say she's so much easier to find now. I used to have so much trouble finding her channel because it would just be Neil Diamond stuff that would come up. Okay, I'm just gonna pop Nell's channel in case you are not subscribed. That's the host of this readathon, so you all better go subscribe. And I might link the playlist of all the sprints for this readathon. So you can go and subscribe to everybody and join all of the sprints. So this is the playlist. I think I just pinned it, but so that's the playlist, so I don't know if you can save playlists or just copy the link and save it somewhere, so you can utilize that and you can keep up with all the other sprints as well. Even if you're not doing the readathon, you know, you can still join the sprints. So there's lots of sprints happening. But yeah, I will chat with you all for Patreons. I might sprint this Tuesday. It's fortnightly sprints, but I'd like to try and do weekly when I can, and I should be able to. So I might see you then. But yeah, stay safe, stay humble, take care. I'll see you next time.